Hello, welcome to the January 6th, 2026 Club Cubase live stream. My name is Greg Undo, and I'm the host of the live stream today. If you have not attended a live stream before, how it works is you can ask questions in a live chat field or send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. When asking questions, if you could specify which version of Cubase you're running, so if it's Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro, what version numbers, if it's 13, 14, 15, and which operating system. That information is helpful. We will answer all the questions chronologically as asked. At times we may get behind the live questions. So if you don't see an immediate response to your query, you could just simply, we will get to it in chronological order. So if we could avoid asking the same question repeatedly, that'd be appreciated. Just kind of slows down the whole process. We should have an index of all of the topics that are discussed in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field. So with timestamps so that you could quickly navigate to particular topics. And if you wanted to search for time questions or topics that have been covered in previous live streams, you could go to cubaseindex.com. And we want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating a wonderful website. We have two people that serve as moderators, Jazz Dude and Agent K. They're not Steinberg employees. They do it to make it a better community experience for everyone. So we want to give a special thanks to them. And we'll give an extra round of gratitude to Jazz Dude for his work with the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord, which is a wonderful resource of information, of tutorials, links, downloads that are really beneficial for the Steinberg community. Once again, my name is Greg Undo. I am the presenting from, I work for Yamaha Corporation of America, and I primarily focus on Steinberg products. And I'm presenting today from outside of Washington, D.C. area in the United States, in Alexandria, Virginia. And if you're watching this live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. And with that, let's go ahead and get started. I want to wish everyone a happy new year. Hope everyone had a wonderful Christmas or holiday season, and got to spend time with family and relax, and I'm looking forward to an exciting year of 2026 Club Cubase live streams. So let's go ahead and get started. All right, so Patrick Emanuel just asks, in Drum Machine, create a beat with 5 instruments like kick, snare, etc. in Pattern Editor. Now render each instrument as a separate audio track. Example, the kick should be exported as its own audio track. Create beat. It says audio track, snare, and another as like a multi-output rendering and groove agent. All right, so I'm going to actually, so we have our pattern editor here. So when we double click, we could see the particular pattern. So I've dragged these events, I've dragged the patterns directly to my project window. All right, so now that I've done that, what I want to do is, if we want it, each of the particular tracks and within the drum machine here, so as I play this pattern, I've gone to the groups and I've routed the outputs to separate outputs. So I have my 2 kicks going to output 2, my snare output 3, the hand clap to 4, and we can see our hi-hat to output 5. And if I click here, I could expose and open up where you could see all of the kick, snare, clap, and hi-hat all being routed to separate outputs. So I haven't had success kind of working with the render in place to get these to be rendered as individual files. But if I go to my file menu and we choose to export audio mixdown, what I could do is we could just see the particular, sorry, let me dismiss something, reminder on my phone. All right, so I'm going to just select my kick, snare, clap, and then what we want to do now is I'm going to select these, and we will say after export, we want to make sure that we're in our multiple. So we're going to select those particular ones, and When we come right over here to after export, we want to say create audio track. And I'm going to now just come over here, choose export audio. So we have our one single pattern on our project window. And now when I say export audio, we choose to include it in the audio track. And now at this point, we have our kicks, snare, hand clap, and our hi-hats all rendered as separate files. So once again, to do that, what we want to do is go to your file menu, export audio mix down. You could select the different elements within the drum machine. You can see the labels. You can do different naming conventions and choose after export to create audio tracks, and then it's going to automatically render the files independently for each output. So your kick, snare can all be on separate tracks, All right, so we see Brian DeBear just saying, well, wishing everyone a happy new year, and from Yuma, Arizona. All right, and we see Tim K joining from Zeist in the Netherlands. His cat Buddy is waving a paw hello to my cat Steven, Mark Raven's dog Stella, and other pets that are nearby. All right, so we see Stefan Larson wishing everyone a happy new year. All right, so we have Hans Celine saying happy new year from a new guy in Sweden. And it says, my name is Sal. I guess it's Sal. Let me know if I pronounced that wrong. So welcome to the live stream. We hope to see you on many more live streams. All right, Del Sir Music asks, just says, hello Greg, happy new year. Can you show me how to create a chord track and have different VST instruments follow the chord track? Is it possible to create arpeggios that follows chord tracks? Okay, so let's say I have a chord track here already. Okay, so if we wanted to add chords to a chord track, what we could do is just come right over here. We could select our pencil tool and we could just kind of enter in our different chords like so. So let's say, and we can put these on, they don't have to be fixed on on a bar. We can place it anywhere that we want within our particular project. All right, so once we have the chords, one of the things that you'll see on the chord track itself is where I could route this to a single track, or I could use tracks that are set to monitor enable. So let's say I have a Rhodes part here. And on this Rhodes part, I could not necessarily just record enable. I'm just going to enable the monitor. So I'll play like this first chord progression here. So if I want this now to go not to monitor tracks, but let's say to the organ track. And if we want to layer those two together, I could just say, okay, let's come right over here to use monitor tracks, and I could place both of these tracks into monitor enable. So now the chords are automatically kind of playing, sending the MIDI data out directly to the chords. Now let's say if we wanted to create arpeggios. So at this point I could say, okay, I want to take my organ part here and let's go to like a MIDI insert effect. And now I could just say, okay, let's just throw like an arpeggio on. So as we play, if we wanted this to be eighth notes instead. or eighth note triplets. Or dotted 16th notes. Or just straight 16th notes. Now, if the instrument itself has like an arpeggiator, such as Howling Sonic, I could also just come over directly into Howling Sonic, and let's go to, when we get to edit, we could choose our program, and we have this thing called a flex phraser, so I'm going to activate it. So let's say now I want to do like piano and keyboard. So let's say I want this to be like an electric piano pattern. So now when we play, and these tracks have no, well, we see events here. There's no actual data. This is all being kind of generated in real time. So the chords are being transmitted to the individual instruments, to my Rhodes and to the organ, and we could use different arpeggiators, whether it's a MIDI insert or an arpeggiator within the particular plugin, to get kind of creative results where you don't have to play all those parts in. You can just have it automatically generated in real time. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Delstar Music. All right, so we see Benny joining from Sweden. Great to see you on. Hope you had a great holiday season. Track Quest Music, it says, hi G, Happy New Year's. How to change the color of MIDI, of a MIDI or audio clip and the channel at the same time. Okay, so if I come over here, let's say I just double click, if I don't colorize the particular event, so we could colorize tracks and we could colorize events that are on a particular track. So if I have chosen not to, so the event colors will default to the track colors. So if I come over here, we could just say, okay, I want to change my colors. We can see that these will both, when I change the track colors, that these will change concurrently. So they'll both be the same. Now, if I have specifically selected an event and I have chosen to color that event, so we make this yellow, when I go back to my track and I change the track colors, so and again, we could just kind of click right here, hold down the Alt or Option. Since I have kind of overridden the default behavior by specifically colorizing an event, that event color will stick, and the track will, and the events that have not specifically been colored will function as a single entity when we color the event. But since we have specifically colorized this particular event, that will override the default behavior. So if we just kind of come over here, hold down the Alt or Option and click, you could also just kind of come right over here and click in while holding down Alt or Option. If you click there, you could change the track colors as well. All right. So we have Kleis joining from Malmo. Great to see you on. Great to see you on the live stream. On the Zoom meetup we had on the 19th. So great, fascinating discussion. All right. Okay, Fonzito says, hey sir, Happy New Year. Can you walk me through saving a project into a real folder, not untitled, Cubase 15? All right, so when we're starting a project, I think what I always recommend to people is when we do a new project, we're going to create empty is that we create a new folder at this point right here. So say we'll call this okay, so once I've selected this particular folder, we're doing a new song. I drag over a couple drum loops, let's say. Okay, so now when I go to save the project, it'll prompt me, and we can see that we're in the folder that we just created. So I could give this a name, we'll just randomly name our project. So that is kind of the ideal way. That way everything that you record, everything is going to automatically be put into that new folder. So again, in 15, when you come over here and you say create empty, at that point, just make sure you add the folder there. Now, if you perhaps weren't as diligent with kind of the file management when you started the project, and you realize that now, we'll just go back to our previous project here. Okay, if we are now at the point where maybe we put this in, we have a project and maybe the audio files, we placed it into a folder that contains another project with all of its audio files, and the two projects' media files can be kind of mixed up. What you could do is just go to your file menu and choose backup project. So at this point, we could say, okay, we want to do we need to define a new empty folder. So we'll call this our Jan 6th backup. All right, and now when we do this, it'll ask us, do you want to keep the current project? We can give our project a name. So you say recover. We want to, and we have options if we want to minimize audio files, remove unused files. So now when I do this, we can now just simply come right over here and everything will now be backed up into that new particular unique folder. So if you're starting a project, just go to new project, put every project, as a rule of thumb, put every project into a separate, unique, distinct folder. And if you weren't diligent with that, at that point, I would choose to just go to a file and go to backup project, and then that would copy all the original files are still going to be there, but it's going to copy all the files that you need for the project into the new project folder that you defined. All right, Track Quest Music says, gee, how can I route a stereo track into dual mono for processing either on buses or one channel? Okay, so let's say let me just drag a quick loop over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and say we want to do different processing. We have a stereo track and we want to do different processing on our left and right channel. So I'm going to open up the channel editor and let's come over to our inserts. And so let's say I want to put a delay on one side and maybe a flanger on the other. So something that's really obvious for us to hear. Okay, so right now, so we can hear the delay in the flanger. Okay, so when we want to do this, I'm going to go to routing, and we're going to say, okay, I want to make both of these channels mono. Okay, and then we could double click and say, okay, we want the left channel to have the delay, and we want our right channel to have the flanging on it. So now when we listen, so we can just hear the delay. Let me just go ahead and make the delay shorter delay so it's more obvious. So now the flanger's in the right channel. The delay is fixed in the left channel. So that's how you can do it. So once again, go to your inserts, come over, let's say, to your routing. You want to just click right here, choose for each of these to be mono, double click, and where you see this signal kind of connecting, this is going to be processing on the left channel. For the delay, the right channel, where you see this connection being made, that's going to be processed for the flanger. So we listen to it again, we come over, and let's go ahead and just make the flanger like more obvious here, just so we can. We'll make a shorter flanger. So, but that's how you do it. So open up the channel strip. Again, select a routing tab at the bottom. Choose for it to be mono and route what channels you want it to be, that you want processed accordingly. Wonderful to see Jazz Dude. Wishing everyone a happy 2026. All right, we see Matt Elston on. We see Peter joining from Montreal. We see Fly V Vince checking in from Winnipeg. All right. Tim Cage just saying a full house. Awesome. Welcome to all the new folks. Dung Dog 222 saying hello. Thanks for joining us. All right, Kenneth Holland just says Happy New Year. I'm in Cubase 15. All right. So we got a question. I believe it's from Sal. It says, I got a problem with sync from my keyboard when I do record and I play. It's totally out of control. Wonder where I can find the answer. So let me know exactly. Like, are you syncing the keyboard? Like, are you using the keyboard to drive the transport to synchronize that? Or does the keyboard have its own internal sequencer? And that sequencer is chasing Cubase via like MIDI clock. So let me know what type of synchronization scenario that you're running, or if it's running on MIDI timecode. Most keyboards, if it has its own internal sequencer, what you'd want to do is just to come over here. We would go to your transport, to your project synchronization setup. You want Cubase to be the master. If it's going to be synchronizing the sequencer on your, so if it is set up for MIDI clock, which is what most sequencers, we want to come over and see your MIDI clock destination. So you can say this is the keyboard, it's going out, and then we want to make sure that we have you might have to click on the activate external sync, and then when you hit play, Cubase should then send MIDI clock from that port directly out to your keyboard, and you'd want your keyboard to be set to look for incoming to follow MIDI clock from an external source. But if you could define exactly if you're synchronizing via MIDI clock or MIDI time code to your keyboard, that would be helpful for me. We could probably help you out more. All right, so we see Millard Brown joining from Pennsylvania. Jason Sykes, wishing everyone a Happy New Year from Yorkshire in England. All right, so we have Michael Moustakis just saying Happy New Year, Cubase 15 Pro user. All right. Tim Gay just wants everyone to please give that like button a nice warm mitten. It's happiness is only one click away. All right, so we have TrackQuest Music just letting us know it's his birthday today. Happy birthday. Thanks for spending time on your birthday with us. All right, so we see from Tommy Vallon, hi Greg, can you explain how to separate backing vocal in Spectralayer 12? Thanks. Let me see if I have, I may have to generate an example. Let me just, I have something that could be kind of royalty free on where I won't get dinged by YouTube. I'll just generate one real quick. Okay, so I'm going to just do a quick audio mix down. Okay, so let's go ahead and make sure. Okay, so I'm going to take this into Spectralayers, and let me just do a quick unmix of that. So we'll come over here to my Spectralayers extension. May have to just have to renew my NFR real quick. Sorry, I didn't renew it. Bear with me here, sorry. Great. Let's just save the song and then may have to restart my Cubase. Just bear with me a second. All right, so I'm going to unmix the song. Sorry for that. All right, so we'll just do this real quick, and then we'll unmix the lead vocals from the background vocals. Let's see if there's other questions we get through. I have some pre-mixed ones, but not with background vocals that are royalty free, or that YouTube won't ding me for using. Sorry for the wait here. There we see Michael Moustakis says from San Francisco, California, joining. All right, so we'll just give this a couple, sorry, it takes a little while to do. About 3 more minutes, about 34% done. So I'm going to unmix all the different elements, and then at this point I could take like the kick, snare, hi-hat, and toms and cymbals, and I could unmix those, and we could also take the lead vocals from background vocals as well. All right, another 2.5 minutes. Sorry, taking a while. All right, just a little over 2 minutes left. No, 2 minutes. All right, about minute 45, minute 40. All right, almost down to a minute. All right, under a minute now in the home stretch. Thanks for your patience. Appreciate it. All right, just about 10 seconds left. Almost there. Okay, so now, so if I wanted to come over here, we could now play this particular file. So now if we want to. All right, so we have our lead vocal. All right, so I'm going to take this particular layer, and we'll give this, because we're in the chorus, we're going to have, so I think it's unmixed chorus. So we need to unmix the individual elements, and then we could unmix chorus. This takes less time. Okay, so now let's come over here. So we see that we have lead vocals, background vocals.
All at once you kissed my face. The world was like a brand new
So we have our background vocals
place.
coming in. Coming up here, we see the brighter blue.
Don't it make you feel good?
So there's a lead vocal.
Knowing that somebody loves you. Don't it make you feel good? Knowing that somebody wants to give you their heart. Somebody wants to take you just the way you are.
So there's our back vocals, background.
Feel good, knowing that somebody loves you. To know you found.
So again, what you could do is just after you do the unmixed song, then do unmixed chorus, and you'll see kind of, well, we have, hence the term spectral layers. We have these layers of the audio. At that point, we could then select our vocal layers, go to, again, under modules to unmixed chorus, and then you could have the lead vocals from the background vocals separated like that. Sorry, it took a while to get there. All right. All right, Millard Brown has a question. Says, I have a 1.5 hour live multi-track. I've separated a song, clipping the ends from the tracks. When I go to VariAudio and the vocals, analyzing takes forever. Have I not clipped correctly? All right, so it could be, let's say this is our 1.5 hour concert here. So if we had made cuts, let's say for each song, so let's say each one of these cuts is a different song, all right? So this is still the same 1.5 hour long vocal file, unless we've made it kind of a distinct file itself. So if I did this in a scenario for VariAudio, I'm still dealing with all of the files, even though I'm just selecting a portion of it. So what I would do is render in place, or simply just come right over here to say, okay, I want to take this and we're going to just say bounce selection. And now when we do bounce selection, we could just have that particular part. I probably should have done on a Spectralayers part. But then that would become a separate unique file, so that when we do processing, so let's say I split that, I come over here and we do bounce selection. Now this is a separate file that's going to be the length of the song versus a file that is the full 1.5 hours of the recording. So while you may split it, it's still referencing and has to do analysis on a whole file. You could just come right over here and just bounce selection. And then when you do, because that is a separate, unique, distinct file, at that point when you do the VariAudio, it's only going to be doing it on the bounced part as opposed to the full 1.5 hour audio file length song. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Millard. Right, Michael Marshall sending everyone greetings and Happy New Year from Somerset in the UK. All right, TrackQuest Music says, I noticed when you did that drum pattern machine, multiple track event export made them go to the project as new tracks. It saved those files into a mixdown folder. Is that going to cause a problem? So not necessarily, but we could also just choose to, when we do our export audio mixdown, we could have it automatically go to the mixdown folder, so you could choose a different path right here. So by default, like when we do a mixdown, it will be placed into a separate mixdown folder, kind of a unique folder within the project. But you could change the file path to have those files be created and saved to any place that you want. So if you want to save it into the normal audio folder, you could do that as well. Great to see Tim Weinheimer on, wishing everyone a Happy New Year. Captain Energy Music, checking in from Pennsylvania, wishing everyone a Happy New Year. We have Rick France checking in from the Pacific Northwest. Great to see you on. All right, so Patrick Emanuel just asked, I guess, Greg, I tried this. Can you do an export with tempo changes? Because when I export, it's not adapted with tempo changes. The song had multiple tempo changes. All right, so let's go ahead and go back to that project. Okay, so let's say we have, I'll add a tempo track. Okay, so now we have our tempo changes here. Okay, so I'm going to come right over here. Let's do our export audio mix down. Okay, we want to create audio tracks. We could store them to a different, we'll use our project audio folder. All right, so now when we listen to it, so it's rendered files. So it seems to work as expected. So let me know if I did anything different than you did, Patrick. All right, the Liquid Blue Band is joining, saying hi from Vancouver. Thanks for joining us. All right, great to see Terry Gray on. Gresham Makwena just asked how I'm using Cubase 13 Pro. A problem when registering sounds after reinstalling it on a different machine. I can't access most of the sounds. All right, so one of the things, if you go to, make sure a lot of times when this happens, people may install the application, but not necessarily all of the content. So if you go to your Steinberg download assistant, and you could do this on the machine that doesn't seem to be having all of the sounds. So I'll open this up. All right, so when we come over here, we'll get to my product. So let's say we have Cubase 13. All right, so make sure that when you actually are doing this, that all of these sounds have been installed. You can see if it's been installed already, if it says install again. So, make sure that on, if it's going to be like the factory content sounds that you have licenses for, that you actually have, that you've installed all the content. So sometimes a common thing people may do is just to install Cubase, but not all of the different sounds and instruments and presets that are available to you as a Cubase user. So you could just simply do that right here. So make sure all of those are installed on your system, and let us know if that's the case on your system that has the missing sounds. All right, wonderful to see Rick from Bratman Studios. It's Cubasers Unite. Happy New Year, Greg in the club. The Mac Studio is doing well and very fast. And for New Year, he bought Pigment 7 at $69. Says it's a complicated mini freak and hope you're well and warm. So it's great to listen to your kids and their views on contemporary music. It was really enjoyable on the Zoom social, Rick. So you should be proud of your kids. And Rick is also saying that Arturia Pigment 7 works well in Cubase 15. Sorry, my chat field just jumped. All right, so Braxel just says, hello, everyone. Does Cubase 15 Pro have anything like Pro Tools when it comes to Aggregate I/O? The new Harrison 500 series rack has USB to hook up the actual signals to the computer. So, yeah, once the Aggregate I/O tends not to work very well. I think even Apple doesn't recommend it with their products. But once you go into your audio MIDI setup and you create, so if we come over here on your Mac OS and let's say we get applications to utilities and you go to your audio MIDI setup. All right. And then once we click on, I think the plus sign here, you can create an aggregate device here. And then once you have an aggregate device inside of Cubase, all you'd have to do if you're on Mac OS is just kind of come over here. And this is kind of specific to Mac OS, but when you go to your audio system, you would just choose to, you would select kind of the aggregate audio device. I don't have one created, but you'll see an aggregate audio device. You could do that, but realize that unless the Harrison 500 series is clocking to your particular device, that it's going to be running out of sync with your audio interface and playing slightly out of time all the time. So, but you could run aggregate devices, even though Apple says it doesn't work well, and they kind of don't really support it. All right. All right, so we see M Studio 0367 says, Shelton show multicolor, maybe please, sir. So, if we want to, if I was doing like a new project, so here we can see multiple colors, and these colors are going to be reflected in the mix console. But if I was doing a new project, and we'll say create empty, there are a couple preferences that could automatically enable multiple colors on creation. So let's say if I go to my preferences or settings, and we come here to user interface, and we'll say track and mix consoles. The setting that there will be auto track channel color mode. I usually set this to use previous track color +1. So now if I add an audio track, I could just come right over here. We add an audio track, we can see its color. Now if I add multiple audio tracks, the colors will increment directly based on the colors that I see here, which are based on the project color setup. So, and you could change those colors as you see fit or add additional color options. So if you want to see up to 32 basic colors with 4 color tints, you could adjust those right there as well. But that way, as I add tracks, they can automatically be colorized. If I want it like the first 4 tracks to be a particular color, I could select those tracks, come here to this color tool, and set them all to the same color if needed. So let me know if you need to see more with that. All right. All right, so Mark Brugler just says, Happy New Year from Tucson. He's busy with the holidays, so haven't tried 15 yet. Activation Manager says trial expires on January 9th, 2026. That means you only have a few days to try the Pro 15 demo. So yeah, that's when the trial version will expire. So check it out now. You got a couple days to kind of dive into it. All right, the Liquid Blue Band asks, how would I sync up Groove Agent to a live track? Would it be through tempo detection? And exactly how does that work? Okay, so I'm going to import an audio file here. Okay. All right, so let's say we have a track here, and let's say as we're working with this particular track, all right, so this track, let's say, it's not aligned with the click track. So I'm going to open up a Groove Agent. So Groove Agent's going to follow the click track. So let's come over here. We'll just do a quick Groove Agent SE since everyone has that with Cubase. Okay, so let's say now when I come here, I'm going to say, let's follow the transport. So now when I hit play in Cubase, so this Groove Agent is following the tempo of the click track. Okay, so now if we want this Groove Agent to follow the track here, all you'd want to do is come right over here. Let's go to your project menu to your tempo track, and we're going to say, okay, let's do a quick tempo detection. And as we do this, we detected the tempo, so we can see that there's kind of natural fluctuations. I'm going to come here. So we probably have, I think in this song, we have like a snare on beat 4 as a pickup. So let's go ahead and just listen to it. So when we do this, it's basically figuring out where the beat is. So it's going to place the meter to be in 1/4. So what I want to do now is just come right over here. I'm going to say this is where the downbeat is of the song. So we'll say, okay, let's come. Let me let you know what I'm about and what is in, what is outside in the cold. I walk alone to my own beat, and when we meet, let me tell you lies about me. Let me tell you lies about myself. Tell me if you're educated, don't you know you graduated last September from your third degree? It doesn't show 'cause you don't know. I was telling lies about. So now we could just have this automatically follow the Groove Agent. So even if I want to do like a really simple pattern here, we could just go into kind of our Groove Agent and say, okay, I just want to go. All right, and let me just get the right sounds. That'd be helpful. All right, so say, okay, I want to do kick. So now we have the actual tempo track that's derived from the instrument, and then Groove Agent is going to follow the tempo track. So you just set it up like that. So we do tempo detection to figure out what the tempo is of the original track, and then everything will kind of synchronize to that since we know what the tempo is. All right, so we see from Patrick Emmanuel, and I think I did this probably after you wrote the comment. It says pattern editor, beats with multiple tempo changes in the middle of a song, export each tracks like you did, does converted audio is following the tempo changes. Can you show us, Greg? So I think we showed that already, but let me know if that didn't work for you later in the comments. All right, great to see Soren checking in from Sweden. All right, wonderful to see Rick Ballantyne on. Glad you could join us. He's watching and learning while he's creating a new template for a new film. We're going to check out Rick's works, a wonderful composer, longtime Cubase user. All right, so we have a question from Soren. Says, I went to master my song and noticed that my true peak was minus 0.8. It should be minus 6 to give mastering some headroom. I went back to the mix and just used a VCA fader and a mix bus. Is that all right to do? Yeah, that's totally fine. You know, and it could depend, you know, if you've done a lot of processing on it, like, you know, where you're doing a lot of dynamics processing, you know, sometimes, you know, the mastering, I know many mastering engineers would prefer to use their kind of, you know, their dynamics plugins. You know, if everything is kind of squashed but lower in volume, you know, that may not give like the desired result of a minus 6 dB volume. But, you know, if you're taking it to mastering, try to, you know, communicate with your mastering engineer. If you're doing it yourself, then you may not have to give minus 6 dB if you're doing kind of the mastering and the mixing on it. All right, wonderful to see Gareth on, and John Costigan checking in from Kenosha, Wisconsin, and Gareth from Bilbao, Spain. All right, so just says, any questions, get a corrupted file to work again. My Steven Slate SSD 5.5 on only one song hangs up on trying to load that kit. It works fine on other songs, just that one song, Cubase 13 Pro. What I would try to do if it's, you know, acting up is, you know, you could always try to just come here, go to your file menu and say import, import tracks from project. And you could now just come over and say, okay, I want to import, you know, one particular track, and try just to import one track independently. In this way we could import like the individual components of a project, so a single track. So see if you go to import a single track, if at that point you can import it and play it back in Cubase. And then, you know, so that's what I would try to do. So if you have like project files that, you know, are potentially corrupted and not opening, often just coming over here to importing the tracks from the project will allow you to just take, you know, that one particular track and import it independently. So I would try that. All right. So you see from Gresham Makwena, it says, I'm having a challenge to sync my Nectar MIDI controller with my Cubase Pro 13 so I can control my DAW with it. All right, so there's kind of, you know, I'm not sure which Nectar, like I'm running a P4 controller myself from Nectar. You know, so there's two different approaches to doing remote control. So one is you could come over and often run, like the Nectar, I believe, runs as a Mackie control device, but so you could, when you go to the remote devices, and we could consider this more of a legacy way of doing things. So we could do that, and I believe Nectar has scripts for this in like a Cubase mode to work on, depending on your controller. And there's also kind of, since version 13, where we have the MIDI remote, and here I could just have my Nectar controller, so I could have the different parameters defined on my Nectar so that these could automatically control different values. So if you have it configured in kind of, if you configure it in two different modes at the same time, it may be kind of fighting itself. So let us know if you're doing a MIDI remote for it, or if you're utilizing kind of the legacy scripts, where it kind of places it into a Cubase mode, or you're running it through a Mackie control. But it's kind of usually one or the other. And I believe Nectar has like the MIDI remote scripts available for their controllers, and that's probably, if I had to lean to one particular method of working, I would do the MIDI remote scripts because it's a little more flexible. All right, Gareth is just wishing some people got Cubase 15 for Christmas. All right, Cristobal 4413 asks, hi Greg, Happy New Year to you and all. Is there a way to play third-party sampler as battery into drum track? Thank you from Marbella. So I've been to Marbella. It's a beautiful part of the world. So generally, if it is a standard WAV file that you could get out of battery, you could drag and drop any standard audio file. So if we go to add a drum track, we could take any audio file from, if we want to come over here, let's go to, let's say like Delicatessen, and I'm looking for, I want that sound, that we could just drag and drop any WAV file directly into, but a lot of times the samples are going to be utilized. I haven't used battery in, decades now at this point. But I'm inclined to think that while it can play a standard WAV file, that the battery sample itself, you probably wouldn't be able to drag a WAV file out of it. But if you can, you could just drag any of the samples right out of here. A lot of times when, we have instruments, they're kind of protected so that they, can't easily be dissected and used in other programs. One thing that you might be able to do is just to come over and say, okay, I have my drum machine, I have a note on C1. So if you want to get a sound out of it, it's kind of a workaround. You could come over here and say, okay, I just want this to have a C1 note. And then if we just come right over here, we could say, let's go to edit, to render in place. And then we could have this particular sample, and then you could drag and drop that sample into the drum machine. So if it is a standard WAV file that you can extract from battery, if you want to take like a sound from battery and drop it in, it could take any standard WAV file. So, and then you could just drag and drop the WAV file directly to the pads. But I'm inclined to say, and I'm not a battery expert, that, companies may not want it to be that easily to take the sounds that they provide for their instruments to other instruments. But let me know if I misunderstood. All right, we see Jan from Stockholm. Glad that you could join us today. All right, Drazi Eternal asks, hey Greg, here's an easy question. This is the one that will probably stump me. Is there a way to teleport a track from one location, like the bottom of the screen, to the top without having to drag it past 1,000 other tracks. Okay, so let's say I have this and I don't want to drag it all the way to the bottom. I think that there is a move to top function. So let's see if it's under move menu. All right, let's see if it may just be like a keyboard shortcut. Let me just get to the key command. All right, let me just see if I can find it in the MIDI remote. Okay, so it's going to be move selected tracks channels to first available position. All right, so I'm going to assign this. Okay, so now we have this. I'm going to hit the button and we see that it goes to the top. So look for under key commands. All right, so we say move under project menu, move selected events to first available or last available or to next or previous. So let's say if we come here, let's see if it's, yeah, so you could assign a keyboard shortcut just from the project menu. So look for first available or last available. Search under available, and then you could set up your key command. So if I want to do this for like, so now like if I want the tempo track to be moved to the top, I could just hit that button. That will move it to the top without you having to drag through thousands of tracks. So look for first available or last available position. All right, so we have Wilfried checking in from Bochum, Germany, using Cubase 9 Pro. Hope you and Daniela had a great Christmas. See, Captain Energy Music says, holy cow, over 43,000 questions answered. That is amazing. See, Captain Energy Music says, can't think of any other DAW that has received this much support. We like our customers to be able to use the tools that they have better. All right, Roland Stuff says, hi Greg, can you please remind me how to look at all previous vocal takes on the same track and then select which bits to keep from each take and compile it into a single track? Many thanks. All right. See if I have my comping project in my recent. No, all right. All right, so if I've recorded like audio events on top of each other, so let's say if I come here, all right, so now when I come over here, I recorded like multiple passes on the bass. So if I click on the bottom center, you see this little line, this little drop down menu, I could select different takes. So if I wanted to see all these together, we could just go over here and select show lanes. And if you don't see lanes, you could right click and go to your track control settings, and there will be some functions that are going to be hidden. So we have lane display type. So if you see it on the left hand side, just add it to from the hidden controls to the visible controls. And now when we open up our particular lanes, I could select, I can see all of my passes here, and we're going to grab what we call the comp tool, which is going to be like this little hand. So if we come, I could say I want to hear. So you can see my. So now I'm taking. And if I wanted to select a different take for, let's say, the end part. So we could just kind of compile different versions, and we close the lanes. Now we could have small sections from multiple recordings all compiled together. So I think probably what you want to do is just open up the lanes. And again, if you don't see the lanes, right click to track control settings, or you can see this little settings icon here. We can go to the track control settings, make sure, and then you could have different track control settings for instrument, sampler, drum. So you could, see different icons, make sure the lanes are visible, and then open up the lanes, and then use the hand tool to select your different parts. John Costigan wants everyone to take a moment to massage the like button. Captain Energy Music just saying, yes, Spectralayers is a tool. It's worth its weight in gold, as they say. Truly a great purchase. Flyv just says, am I able to update on Steinberg from my older Cubase 14 Pro from the Splice platform? My trial is over for Cubase 15, or will Splice release it in some time? So I could find out, everyone is kind of back in the office. So I'm not sure what the latest rent-to-own version on Splice is, but I could send an email, and if you want to email me, Vince, I may have an answer tomorrow, because the office is already closed in Hamburg at this point. but you could also check with Splice when they're going to be offering it. All right, Swara Mandal music productions ask, sheet music in Cubase doesn't give slurs and ties and doesn't separate left and right hands. Please solve this ASAP. So it does. So let's say if I want to come over, so sometimes, if you're defining like different instruments, let's see if I have like a piano part here. So I'm not sure which version of Cubase you're running, but in Cubase 14, so let's say, okay, I want to go to, let's see if I have just like a piano part here. Okay, so let's say I want to look at this. So we have this as a piano part. So I'm going to select this. We'll go into our score editor. Now, since it's labeled piano, we could see that. So a lot of times it could be based on the instrument definition. So if you go to your settings and go to instrument, we could say, so this way, if it says bass, it'll open up in bass clef. If it opens in guitar, it could do guitar tablature if you want. If it's piano, it will automatically show up directly in your, and this is since 14, it will automatically show with the grand staff. So it could depend upon like the, when you go to the settings, you go to the instrument settings, but it will kind of automatically come up with a particular the appropriate staves depending upon your instrument. So if we look at this, we can see our slurred notes, we can see tied notes, and we can see our grand staff. But if I chose for this to be a trumpet part, so we go to our instrument, or we just have this track name as, and if I say, okay, let's do, keyboards, I want it to be an accordion part, or let's just make it like a brass. So if I say, okay, we want to do flugelhorns, if we don't have like an appropriate name, it may all be on one stave. But if you go here and just go to the instrument and say, okay, what do we want it to be at this point? You could call it, okay, so we come over here, we could just say, okay, this is going to be a piano part. And now that we've defined it as a piano part, we can see stave 1, stave 2, and we could have our different voices, and you can see that automatically kind of taken care of. And I don't have the key signature here in this particular piece, but you could definitely do it. All right, we see Jan from Cubase Index giving kudos to Jazz Dude for his super unofficial Cubase Nation Discord. So we're all grateful for that. All right, so we have CC Beaumont sending greetings from Southeast Texas. I'm curious if my YouTube name, Pastoral Apologetics, shows up now or not. So I think you need to go to youtube.com/handles, and then you could change your name. So it happened, I think, in November. Everyone's kind of names had got changed. I think Jazz Dude just shared the link. Sorry, my chat field just jumped. Okay, I think I'm... All right, so you see from Miller Brown, just says, Greg, thanks very much for the answer. That explains it all. This is with the VariAudio and an hour and a half long live recording. It says, can I set bounce selection to not use inserts and send? So when you do the bounce selection, it's only going to do the audio and it's not going to do apply any processing. So that way all of the processing will be the same that are on the track, but it's a separate distinct, so none of the processing will be included in a bounce selection. All right, so we have Mike DeGeorge sending greetings from Tampa, Florida. All right, so we see Benny just said, Greg, I emailed you about Saul's problem. Hope you can help us. Let me know if you want to. I'm not sure if you just sent the email. I'll just do a quick search real quick, see if the email. Okay. Okay, so here's the email I'm seeing from Benny. He says, I'm using the Nectar SE49 and Cubase 15 Pro on Windows 11. It's connected directly to the sound card. Problem is that what I play doesn't go to the right place. Sometimes the MIDI note comes before, and other times after. When I play it back, I can hear the note I play. It has no delay, but when I play it back, it has shifted. This also happens with a new project where I only use the piano. The piano is in Hallian. I hope you understand what I mean. All right, so let me know if so when I play, it doesn't go to the right place. So you say that the all right, that the Nectar SE is connected directly to the sound card. So let me know if you connect, the Nectar is a USB controller as well as it has like a 5-pin DIN MIDI out. So let me know if you get the same results when you are utilizing it via USB, or if you get different results when you go into the MIDI interface of your sound card, or when you're going into the MIDI or communicating MIDI information directly from the USB port. So if you guys could let me know that'd be helpful. All right, so we have Luma Jarko says, greetings from Finland. In Cubase 15 Pro score editor, the last bars of the song were too narrow and lyrics could not be seen properly. How to make the last bars wider? All right, let me see if I could. All right, so let's come over here. Okay, so let's say if all right, I'm just going to set the key for this. Okay, so let's come over here. Let's add some lyrics. Then we'll do it. Usually it kind of automatically applies it. So let's say if I want to put my lyrics in here, and let me just come over here and we'll just add some more lyrics and we'll see how this automatically adapts to it, which I believe it will. All right, so all right, so let me just so you can see that as lyrics are added, so that I'll come over here, let me just add some lyrics and we'll see that this should just shift over. So when I come and let's just put in, I'll just start putting lyrics in here. I'll hit the arrow key. So you can see that as we do that, so I'm not sure if you're, let's say, so there you can see that as we're entering the lyrics in, that the lyrics are automatically adjusting the music. So let me know if you actually put the lyrics, if you selected the notes and then entered the lyrics and hit the particular, if you hit the right arrow key to go to the next particular note. But as you can see, if we take the lyrics out, we can see that the positioning will change on the score editor, but the score editor automatically adapts to fit the lyrics in. So, but let me know, make sure that you are kind of selecting a particular note and that you're doing the lyrics here, and then as you're entering the lyrics in, that you hit maybe the right arrow key to go to the next note, because that should tie the lyric to the note, and the notes should adjust correspondingly so that the lyrics are all visible. All right, Ankit Sanji T says a feature suggestion for Steinberg is allows to keep input monitoring always on, no matter if it is stopped, recorded, or playback. It annoys me so much I can't hear live instructions from the artist. So I think if we just set let's see what happens if we come over here, settings, and let's say we go to VST. And we just set this to manual. So let's come over here and I'll just add an audio track. So let's say, all right, so while this is on, so let's say I punch in on this particular track, I stop. The monitor status is still on, ready to go. So let me know if as we work with this, so I'm recording, the monitoring status is on, I stop, the monitoring status is still enabled, I select a different track so that way you could hear the artist all the time. So let me know if you just went to settings to VST to set auto monitoring to manual, and then it won't turn on or off. I believe that's the default behavior. So give that a try. Let me know if that works for you. All right. Gareth is wishing Uno Memento Happy New Beer. All right. Wilf 18N5D asks, I have a question. If someone buys Cubase Pro now, do the people have access to old legacy versions or just to versions from the date they bought? So a brand new person you're buying Cubase 15 could run Cubase 14, 13, and 12. They're not going to be able to access versions that required the USB e-licenser or the e-licenser based systems, which is 11 and earlier. And the thinking is that, if you're buying for the first time that you don't have projects or you don't have any experience with the earlier versions. So if you buy Cubase 15, that license will work for any Cubase version that's on the Steinberg licensing. So that will allow you to run Cubase 15, 14, 13, or 12. So if you needed to run earlier versions to be compatible with someone, you could run earlier versions that are still utilizing the same licensing scheme. If you had a Cubase 11 version on USB e-licenser, at that point, you could run back to Cubase SX1 with that one license. So the licenses will always go back as far as that licensing mechanism is in place for. Okay. Okay. See, Chastity mentioning I'm 45 minutes behind, so I'm trying to catch up. All right. All right, wonderful to see Mark Rabin on. Everyone give a big woof to Stella, Mark's dog. All right, we have Steve Lead saying Happy New Year from Berkeley, California. Thanks for joining us again. Hope you're well. All right, Steve Green asks, hi Greg, how do I dissolve a groove agent pattern into its component drum parts, each drum on its own note? If that makes sense, I have a Simon Phillips drum pattern I would like to break down. Okay, so let's just do a new project here. We'll load up a Simon Phillips kit. Okay. All right, so let's say what I'm going to do is just drag this pattern to my project window. All right, so we can see that we have, when we double click here, we'll go into, let's say, our drum editor. So we see that we have lots of different patterns. That we have our kick, snare, hi-hat. Let's see, just in this. So let's say we have this and we want to split these into so you want to see what's going on in the mind of Simon Phillips and break it down. All right, so if we wanted to do that, what we could do is we could just simply select the track. You want to go to MIDI, and then we'll see dissolve part, or I'm going to select the events, sorry. And then we'll see dissolve part, and we could say we want to separate by pitches. So if I do this, we're going to process, and now we can see that we're going to have like the kick drum, the snare, hi-hat, all kind of broken down. So select the events. You want to, again, go to your MIDI menu, choose dissolve part, and then each note will automatically be broken down into its own track. All right, so we see Gene Splice says, Happy New Year, Greg. Thanks for all you do for us Cubase users. It's a pleasure. I'm glad to be able to help people. All right, Del Sur Music says, can you give us some tips on looking for acoustic patterns in Groove Agent? Not sure how to filter down my options. So a lot of times when you're doing it, it's going to be like the actual kit. So when you look at this, so we go to Beat Essentials, you know, so let's say we go to Fusions. Let's go to Rock Essentials. So let me just see if there is... so we go to, let's say, Beat Agent kit. A lot of these may be, if you look under Properties, let's see if it actually distinguishes. So you can see the agent type here as well. So let's say I want to come over here. We'll go to All. And if we kind of slide over, we can see the agent type, and we can see if this is an acoustic agent or a beat agent kit. Now, if you wanted to adjust that parameter to move it over to the left, you could do that as well. So you could reposition the columns. But here you could just scroll through and say, oh, this is a percussion agent, this is a beat agent, this is an acoustic agent. So you could see the different agent types listed right there. So again, if you just kind of slide over, and you could adjust kind of the position of the column if you want to see it more regularly, but you could also just kind of scroll over to the right. So that's how you could distinguish between a beat agent, percussion agent, and acoustic agent. And and those are the kits. And you mentioned in the question as I'm rereading it about the patterns, but the patterns can really be for, a pattern like a hip hop pattern played on an acoustic kit could still work. So the patterns may not necessarily be so systemically tied to a beat agent or acoustic agent. Okay. You see, Jazz, you're just mentioning it. So yeah, the week of the 19th, I will be out for the NAMM show, so we won't do live streams that week. So just a quick heads up. All right. All right, so we see from Welf, just says you are in Hamburg, Greg. You like to be invited to the studio. Maybe there's some time. So actually, I'm based in Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. So Steinberg's office is in Hamburg, but I haven't been out since 2019 with COVID, and I was supposed to go out, but I had to kind of postpone a trip because my wife was having medical surgery, so I didn't go for that. But hopefully I'll get over to Hamburg. I would love to kind of recharge my batteries. It's been too long since I've been in Hamburg, and I could let people know. And I think it'd be cool to do a Club Cubase live stream from the Steinberg office. So, but yeah, I'm not in Hamburg, unfortunately. I always love being in Hamburg. It's one of my favorite cities to go to. All right, so we see Mark Raven just passing on anyone who uses a tip for anyone using an MSI laptops has big issues with Avolute/Nahamic. Look into removing this for better audio in Cubase. Those are things that are always fun to find. All right, Millard Brown just says, Greg, additional thanks for explanation about the bounce selection. All my problems solved today. So glad to help and enjoy doing your VariAudio. All right, so we see from Wilf, just says, is Dorico still experimental stage? We have registered for the Studio Sibelius and use MuseScore in general. We like to leave MuseScore since they're sold. But Dorico provide no community, and my last was 2 years ago, not much promising to buy Dorico. So yeah, Dorico has really blossomed. When it first started up, so it's definitely like a full-featured solution. So I wouldn't say it's in the experimental stage. It's a very robust and the most comprehensive scoring program that's available. And their pace of development has already been staggering. They have a very strong community. Kind of my counterpart, I would say, is John Barron, who does, Dorico webinars, Discover Dorico sessions, and Daniel Spreadberry, who's kind of like, the Dorico team lead and kind of the visionary behind the product. He's also very involved. But check out like the Dorico Facebook groups, the Dorico forums. They're incredibly responsive. So yeah, definitely. And we're also now seeing lots of integration between Cubase and Dorico. So we could take a Cubase project and export it, if we're in our notation. So if we come over, we can see that, just that pattern that I dragged in from Simon Phillips. This is the Dorico engine inside of Cubase, and you can see exactly how that was no preparation work at all, because it said Groove Agent. It knows its drums, and it automatically did that. And now we could just come directly over here and export that Dorico export my project as a Dorico project, and Dorico can import Cubase projects. So it's definitely a very robust atmosphere and interconnectivity between the two applications. So definitely check out Dorico. All right, wonderful to see George Johnson. Wishing everyone Happy New Year to everyone around the world. Thanks for joining us. All right, so George is saying, I just discovered that the event volume curves based on the region selection can be altered by points when you switch to the pencil tool. Volume curve, especially a nice workflow. This way I can see also delete single edit points and not necessarily the whole event volume curve. Also change the curve slope. That was new to me. Yeah, so people that aren't familiar with this, just... All right, so let's say if we have our volume here, so, we could just come over and adjust the volume accordingly here. But you could also, just using the pencil tool, just say, okay, I want to, if you select the pencil tool instead of the eraser, you can set kind of new volume nodes and just be able to adjust. And even if we want to just select a particular region, you could just grab. So if I take let's say I take my snap off, and like this was a nasty lip smack on a vocal, I could just take that lip smack, kind of zoom in, and just kind of take just a range and be able to do that. Or if we want this to, draw a node in and be able to fade in, we could do stuff like that as well. And this is all pre-gained before it hits the channel strip, so we could do you know, instead of having to use multiple stages of compression, you could often kind of regulate the vocal here with kind of pre-gain settings. But yeah, check that out if you haven't explored it. It gives you a tremendous amount of flexibility. Okay, and George just says his next point, however, I'm looking for a simple way to delete an automation curve fast without having to go to the automation panel. Right, so let's say if it's here, so let's say if I'm in here and I select that, then I hit the delete key, that will do it. Now if it's going to be for actual automation, so if I want to come over here, if I just select the node, so let's say if I come here, select that node and hit delete, or select these nodes, and I could delete particular nodes like that. So let me know if that's helpful for you, George. All right, VS Terranova is sending everyone Happy New Year and a hello from Amsterdam. Thanks for joining us. All right, Bratman Studios says, hey Greg, thanks. The kids really enjoyed the Zoom too. Says, I'm playing with B-Box for the first time. Is there a way to send the drums to individual channels like with Groove Agent? Let's take a look. So we'll come over here. Let's add a quick instrument track. Okay, so B-Box is just kind of a quick little drum. All right, so let's say. All right, so I think when we go to the mix, that we could set the output here. So you can say, okay, I want my kick to go out of output 2 and my snare to output 3. Let's come over to the mix console. So while you may see the pattern here, if you go to the mix, and now I could come over here and just apply so let's say I want to come over here to my modulator. And I want to do like just an LFO. On just a hi-hat frequency. So let's come over here to the mix console. So I want to take just a frequency here. Go to modulators. So, but yeah, so just kind of come right over here, go to the, from the pattern mode, go to the mix, and then you could route it to your different outputs directly there. Okay, so we see from Soren says, in Wavelab 12 Pro, I cannot record and have the playback processing happening. Clear my throat, hang on. I have headphone calibration to Harman curve and want it on the incoming recording like playback processing. All right, so let's take a look. So I'm not sure, a lot of times, not sure if you could record with plugins on the input of Wavelab. Let's take a quick look. Okay, so I know that we can, let's see if we come. So one of the things you might be able to do, if you click on the microphone here, if you go to live input rendering, so it could be, I don't really have a audio source connected. Okay, so let's just come over. Let's make this like a stereo file. So I'm not sure. So if I could play around with it, sorry, if you want to email me when I could have an audio source connected. But I think it might be under the live input rendering. So I would. I don't have an audio source connected currently on my system, but I'll play around with it and give you an answer for Friday's live stream to see, because I know we used to be able to kind of record with plugins and process it with plugins. I'm not sure if it recorded because it's not really designed for doing stuff like, delay compensation for a plugin, since it's more of an editor. But I'll play around with it and see if I get you kind of a better answer for Friday's live stream on that. Right. All right, Balsa just asked, Happy New Year, Greg from Montenegro. Is there a keyboard shortcut to toggle between show all, hide all automation in a project window? All right, so let's say we have a number of automation points here. Okay, so I think if we go to the automation panel, so let's go here to project, and I think if we go to automation panel that we could hide all, and if we say show use, I don't think it can toggle. Let me make sure. And we may be able to, so let me just try it with the remote device here. All right, so let's say if I all right, so I think it may not be a toggleable, but let's see. So if I come here, okay, let me just hide the lower zone. Yeah, so let's see if we could, I don't think it's toggleable, but let's see if we could do it with the Project Logical Editor. I'm just going to try it on a quick different project here. Okay, so let's say to let's come over to my MIDI remote, see if I okay, so now Not sure if I have to. All right, so there's all of my automation on that. So let me just hide all automation. So it's kind of two separate buttons, but let's see if we could maybe create it here. So all right, so if these are all closed, we could so I think it's going to be two separate functions, but let me just. Yeah, so it's going to be show used automation and a separate button for hide all automation. So but not a single one that could toggle back and forth. Okay. All right, Carrie Dixon just says Happy New Year 26, Greg. Thank you for these regular meetings. Tried to locate and save and couldn't locate topic and reference for replacing as a wish Cubase strip to replace with third-party strip to use for VST strip. So yeah, we're not going to automatically, like the channel strip that you have with Cubase here isn't going to be replaceable by third-party components. You could run those third parties as a plugin, but we want something that's always going to be available to all Cubase users with the same expectations that the channel EQ is going to be fixed, that the channel strip is going to be fixed, just like on a traditional console, so that when you're sharing projects that they will automatically be compatible. But if you wanted to run third-party solutions, they're not going to be running as the channel strip because we want that kind of level of consistency. But you could run third-party channel strip plugins as inserts, just like a traditional console. Like you don't necessarily, if you had a large format Neve, you don't put a Harrison EQ in the Neve. I mean, if it's like a 500 series, if your console is based on that. But we want to have some level of consistency so that when you're exchanging projects that all the settings are going to be consistent from user to user. And if a third-party channel strip isn't updated, like, many plugins took a long time to update, for Apple Mac Silicon, running native on Apple Mac Silicon, or some plugins that still don't have 64-bit versions. We don't want the Cubase experience to be hindered by stuff that's out of our control. So you could run all of the third-party stuff as regular inserts, but I don't think you'll see it show up within the dedicated channel strip for Cubase. It's going to be kind of fixed, and always there's an option, but you could run your third-party elements as plugins. Okay. See a question from Soren, just says, Greg, Wavelab 12 Pro in my mix. I've added reverb on bass and vocals only. When I come to mastering, should reverb be added to the stereo master file? What is common? So I would say that most of the reverb is going to be added at the mix stage. I would say it's pretty rare to add reverb at the mastering stage kind of globally. So some people may do it, like, if it's like a stereo where you don't have access to multi-tracks, and it's maybe you want to put to make it sound like the singer-songwriter with playing acoustic guitar or piano. We're in a great room and you control it, but I would say it's pretty rare at the mastering stage that people would be applying the reverbs at the mixing stage. See, Tim K just says sometimes beats sound cooler, slower. 76 beats per minute can be loads of fun. Yeah, I have a friend that has a production company. I think it's called 52 BPM, and you can see he just did a bunch of projects that were like 52 BPM. So. See, Mark Raven just mentioning he usually finds his tempos just by tapping his foot and then play with multiples and divisions and see what I found seems to help. All right, so we see another question from Soren. In Cubase 15 Pro, I've mixed a song with 44.1K sample rate. If I export the mix down to 48K, then it becomes something wrong, right? I need to resample all audio to 48 kilohertz. So if you let's go we'll just take a quick look. So a lot of times, so let's say our project here is at 44.1. All right, so let's do just a mix down between our left and right locators. So just do a file export audio mix down. So I think, so we'll just come here. So it's exported as 48K. I'll save it to my desktop. I think where people run into problems is when you try to import the 48K project into play it at 44.1. So let's just do a stereo mix. Okay, let's do a new project. And let's set our sample rate to 48K. And let's import the audio file. All right, let me just go back to do it one more time, make sure we get the pitched items. It seemed like the same pitch. We'll just do a small section here. Make sure it's... So just get a sense of the pitch. So keeping our tonal pitch concept here, we should be done just a little bit. Okay, and let's go back to imports of this project's at 48K. So same pitch. It's just when you take a 48K file, let's make sure it's this, activate this project here. So same pitch. It's just when you take a project that was exported at a different sample rate and put it into the project, yeah, it's playing at a different sample rate, that's when the pitch change occurs. All right, so we see from Rolling Stuff says, thanks for showing me how to view different takes in different lanes with the comp tool to select them. My problem was the show lanes icon was hidden. Thanks to you, it's not anymore. Cheers. See, Wilf just saying, no one cares in university about teaching for Dorico Facebook groups. There's Sibelius Standard MusiCore because of the MusiCore community, but since Hal Faber bought it, there's long since time. So I can tell you in the U.S. and throughout the world that there's been a huge migration from Finale when Finale chose to exit the market about 18 months ago. So I could... tell you that there's a significant momentum for Dorico in education. So there's tons of universities, Berkeley College of Music, amongst many others. Like my local school system just got 100 licenses. I'm doing multiple school districts in Texas, so trust me, Dorico's doing phenomenally well. All right, so you see for Soren, it says in Wavelab 12 Pro, you can do a global analyzing of the master file in the audio editor mode, and it can report that there is possibly SC glitches. Can you explain what exactly that is? So sometimes you may have an audio file in Wavelab, and it will do an analysis and figure out exactly, like if you have any, stuff for DC offsets. So let's come over here. Let's go to All right, so let's come over to all right, so say I want to look at, like, this one particular file, so we'll just come over and all right, so now we're going to do our analysis of it. So we'll do our global analysis. So I have a lot of my mastering friends, is the first thing they do when they get audio files. So you could now come over and there's like different loudness. So you can see kind of what the average loudness is, minimum pitch if you're doing that, if you need to do DC offset or errors. So, and if you come over here, so we could say, okay, let's, when we do this, okay, so we can say number of points, and if you have errors, you could have it automatically kind of scan for errors on this. So you can say, okay, found 10 points, and now point out where there's an audio error for me. So this way you can say, okay, maybe there's one sample that kind of glitched out here, or one sample that peaked. And being that we may have 96,000 samples per second and one sample is peaking, at that point we could just come over here and just say, okay, let's focus on, and find those particular error points so that you know exactly where those are. All right, let's see if there's any other Wave Live questions before I leave it. Okay, so you see from George about the automation nodes, is that's the way I know, but it's a bit finicky to select a couple of nodes with lasso select when they are at 0. But how do I delete the whole curve without selecting single nodes first? All right, so let me go ahead and exit out of. All right, so let's say we have our automation nodes here. So, one of the things that you could do if we had, I don't think it's too hard to select like a single node, because, if nothing is selected, you go to delete, there's nothing selected to delete. If you come over here, I think if you hold down, let's try Command plus if I hold down Shift, at this point, if we have a single node selected, and again, you have to have something kind of selected as, perhaps if nothing is selected, it's not going to do anything. But hold down the Shift key and then the right arrow, and then you could just select the next or previous automation node, and then just delete those particular nodes like so. So, try if you have a number of automation nodes here, just select one. And even if you selected like multiple accidentally, just hold, you can hold down, and you could even, like, based on the song position, so I have nothing selected here. If I don't want to select with the cursor, I'm going to hold down the Shift key, and then I could hit the right or left arrows to select automation nodes without using the mouse to do it. So this way it's always going to be accurate. Then you can move those nodes. So you could just kind of select like that as well without a mouse. And that may be a little more predictable and less finicky. All right. Okay, sorry, my chat field jumped. All right, so Boss has a question. It says, when mixing after adding a parallel send effect and making the track louder, where do you level match plugins outputs, send channels, volume fader, tracks orange, send input slider, or else? So you could do it at any of those. So a lot of times when people are, it could depend, like, where the gain is coming from. So if you're doing, let's say, we'll just do a quick parallel setup here. And it could depend on how, what method. Could also depend on, how the parallel processing is engaged. So let me just... Okay, so let's say we have this particular... All right, so say I want to do parallel compression on this. So I'm going to add like 2 group tracks. Okay, now if we are doing, because we could send these to the groups a couple of different ways. So a lot of people will use sends. So if you're using sends, we could utilize the send levels. So let's come over here, let's activate our sends. All right, so I'm gonna just come over here. Let's put it on like a really, so this one is heavily compressed. So kind of, if you're kind of going from like traditional, a lot of people, because of how consoles worked, is when you did parallel processing, you would use 2 faders. And then you could balance the levels between the parallel here. Or you could do it from the sends of the original track. So this way we say we want less going into group 1. So we have more of the parallel process track applied. Now if we are, and that's if we're, so you could use the sends or the actual groups. And it could be, you may not use the groups if there are multiple sources feeding into the parallel bus, but you could also just go to the particular track here. Where you may not use the sends is if you go over here to like your direct routing. So I could come to my direct routing area and say, okay, I want this to go to group 1 and to group 2. And I will just come over here to my settings and we'll say, okay, let's go to our settings, and I'm going to make sure that we have our direct routing summing mode on so we could send it to both destinations. So now kind of as we would play, we could say, okay, this is going to be going out to our stereo out. And then at this point, we could say, okay, this is going to group 1 and to group 2. And at that point, we would probably just use this because we don't, because there's no gain structure. So if other sources are going in, then descends. If it's just going to be one source, you could use descends or the actual groups. If you're using direct routing to get the, and again, you would just make sure that the direct routing summing mode is turned on, and then you could send it to multiple groups with direct routing. Then you wouldn't use descend. But a lot of people would use sends because that's kind of a standard workflow from analog consoles that didn't have direct routing as easily configured. All right, so we see from Soren, it says, Greg, live audio rendering could perhaps add to playback processing, but you might be onto something there. Okay, and you don't want it burned into the recording. So I think you can do it that way. So, but I'll play around with it some. But yeah, send me a brain cramp email reminder. All right, Mark Raven says, can we please do a live stream every day? So I thought of maybe doing like a 1 hour live stream every day instead of 2 4-hour live streams, or maybe an hour and a half each day. Let me know if that's appealing. But I often have other work projects to do as well. Or you see Tim K and Mark Rabin kind of says I don't mind tempo tracks, says I can use the help, but I'm also the boss when my tempo track, when the tools we got, pretty sure we can make our tempo track dance to whatever tune it needs to be. One of the things that I often do with tempo tracks is just like a subtle 1 or 2 beats per minute increase, like going into the chorus, and then just like little subtle tempo changes can make a track breathe really well. Obviously depending on the track. So, but if things are feeling a little stable, just do, like when you go into the chorus, bump up the tempo 1 or 2 beats per minute. All right. All right, so you're seeing Mark Raven just as his pick an engineer plugin idea. Says give Eddie Kramer tomorrow, Daniel Lenoir, and CLA, and Puig, Ruben. Yeah, so it could be good to get like name recognition and stuff like that. All right. But if you're going to send me some ideas, I'd be happy to listen to what your full concept is. All right. So Roms1554 just asks, can you show me how to cut or duplicate? All right. So let's say I want to cut. I have this event. So this event is 8 measures. All right. So if I want to cut, I would just right click, select the scissors tool, and cut. If I wanted to duplicate the section, there's a couple ways of doing that. So if I want to duplicate this, I could hold down Control or Command plus the letter D for duplicate. We could also, if we go to the right center edge, you'll see a little node there. You could just drag that out to duplicate, or you could hold down the Alt or Option key and go to the lower right hand corner and drag that out as well. And another thing you do to cut, so let's say if I want to cut at measure 7, hold down the Alt or Option key with the selection tool, and now you could split and duplicate. If you hold down the correct key, unlike what I just did, select that node, and then you could duplicate like so. All right, so we see maybe a further clarification to this is for example, I record drum, but I done a mistake in the middle, and I want to continue from the middle. How should I do that? Okay, so let's say if you recorded a drum part, let's come over here. All right, so let's say if we have like, I could put all of my drums, like here I have all of my drums, and I put these into a folder. So if I wanted to, let's say I made a mistake, like right here, measure 35 and 37, what I could do is just come over and say, okay, I want to take measure 35 and 37. I could delete that, and let's say I have like really the same part at measure 47 through 49. I could just take, measures 47, 49. I'm going to hold down the Alt or Option key. I'm going to drag that over, hold down Alt or Option, and now I could just have those parts copied over like that. So let me know if that's helpful for what you want to do. It's very flexible for doing a lot of editing like that. Yeah, so we see Mark Rabin's idea, just kind of simulating engineers and what particular engineers, how they would approach different scenarios. So could be interesting, but I think like an Eddie Kramer working on the Jimi Hendrix could be different than would make different choices for Jimi Hendrix versus Led Zeppelin versus Frampton Comes Alive. So it could be versus Fastway or whatever other projects. But it's an interesting concept and maybe a beneficial approach to AI, but if it ever truly replicated it, it could be hard to know. All right, so when Chatfield jumped. Okay, so you see Roms 1554 says, why you're not answering my question. So I'm sorry, I'm about 17 minutes behind, so I'm trying to catch up. So let's say, and says, for example, I record drum, but I've done a mistake in the middle and I want to continue from the middle. How should I do that? So let's say if I have cut, I made a mistake here. Let's say I'm going to snap this to the bar. So let's say I made a mistake at measure 37. I could just say, okay, all my drums here. I could select with the range tool, which is the second tool, and I could delete. And now if I want to record, I could select all the tracks here within this folder, and then you could just record. And you could just record kind of right there, or we could just say, okay, I want to take this and punch in. So let's say if I had to set inputs, let me make this the active project. Sorry. So I'm going to, let's say we want to re-record measure 37. I'll hit P, I'll hit I and O, and that will punch in. So as we record on the tracks, if I want to do like all of my drum tracks, I could record enable all of them, or record enable the folder. So now as we play, I have punch in and punch out enabled. I set my left and right locators around the area. So now I'll just punch in for that one part and punch out, and you could just go on and fix your area where you made a mistake in the middle. All right, Brian Corvers, 9684 says, how do I add time signature change in between bars? All right, so time signatures are always going to be at the bar because the time signature is defining the bar. So I'm going to come over here. Let's add a signature track. So it's just kind of by definition that it's, time signature tracks are going to be. So if we come over here, so we have our time signature tracks. Let's say, okay, I put a time signature here of 4/4. Okay, and let's say here I'm going to 3/4. Okay, so if we wanted to just listen to our click, so as we come over here, 4, 1, 2, so I'll just start new with this real quick. Okay, so let's just add a signature track. All right, so when we listen to it, so we're in 4/4. All right, so let's say now the signature is defining, by definition is defining what the meter of the bar is. So if I'm here and I want to start a 3/4, if I want to start a 5/4 at measure directly here, it's not going to allow me to put a 5/4 measure starting on beat 4. What I can do, if I come here and I say, okay, this is, I want, and we may notice that you can only put the particular time signatures at the area, because if this is 4/4 and I switch to a different meter here, that's no longer a 4/4 bar, that's a 3/4 bar. So I'm going to change, just double click here and say, okay, I want to do 3/4 followed by 5/4. So I want 3 beats and then it's going into 5/4. So now that we are at the end of the measure defined, so we defined it, this measure is 3 quarter notes, and a quarter note is the beat. Now I could say, let's go to 5/4. So now we have 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we don't put signature changes in the middle of the bar because the bar is defined by the actual signature. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's why we don't put signature events in the middle of the bar, because then it's not the correct signature. So we adjust the signature before, so that if we need to put a time signature change in the middle of the bar, that time signature is reflecting how many beats and what rhythmic division gets the beat correctly. So let me know if that makes sense. All right, Del Sir Music. Greg, can you give me some tips in filtering down acoustic patterns in Groove Agent? Not sure how to find useful loops easily. So a lot of times the patterns aren't necessarily loops, but they're patterns. So let me just come over here. All right, so let's add an instrument track. We'll load up Groove Agent SE here. All right, let me clear my throat. All right, so let me just load up a quick kit. Okay, so let's say all right, so we're gonna just go. All right, so let's say we have this and we want to go kind of pattern hunting. Okay, so we're gonna come over here. We could select styles, and let's say, okay, let's try just like a different pattern. Now some of these are going to be like really well defined for the particular kit. So when we come over here, so even though, let's say we want to do Britpop, which is probably more electronic drum machine sounding like, we'll come over here. And often the kicks will be on C1, snares will be on D1, cymbals and hi-hats may be similar. So, you know, as you're doing this, you can say, okay, let's go to. So these kits aren't necessarily designed for that one. Let's say we want to do disco funk. And some of these may be more for like percussion agents. So percussion agents probably won't be as applicable, but let's say. So kind of as you scroll over, you could see kind of your different styles, give you an idea. So different patterns, and patterns that, you know, maybe like, okay, maybe I want this to be funky claps or funk rock, but I'm using a really different kit that may work. And this is probably a percussion agent, so we scroll over. Let's take a look. So our Latin rock. So percussion agents probably won't translate as well. So, you know, just try kind of some of the different kits and play around, and often kind of like the best mistakes are when you're using like a completely different genre. Like, you know, I used to take, I remember like one of the best happy accidents, we used to have this thing called an interactive phrase synthesizer, going back to like Cubase on Atari, which is like a monster of a monster of a monster arpeggiator, and I would take like Bach phrases, take a Bach MIDI file, load it up, and have it play on a Latin percussion thing, and just in this one project just came up with like the most beautiful things. But you wouldn't think that, okay, when I'm doing a Latin percussion part, that a Bach, etude for pianos would make musical sense. But sometimes you get these random accidents. So try different. There's no real huge consequences of going through different kits, but try to avoid the percussion agent if you have the full groove agent, I would say. All right. So we see from Soren says, I have a gaming headphones Logitech 7.1 with a separate USB dongle that makes it wireless. Can I use that in Cubase Atmos mode with 7.1 channels? I have difficulty setting it up. So I'm not sure if you're connecting. Do the headphones, do they connect? Are you looking to run like the output from the headphones? Let me see. So it's a USB dongle that makes it wireless. All right. So if you're going out, so I think you would have a hard time because it's probably not going to have an ASIO driver. My guess is the USB dongle may just be doing Bluetooth. And if it's doing Bluetooth, then it's probably going to be the wrong sample rate for doing anything with Atmos. So I would say you're going to have a hard time getting that to work with Atmos. I would just use regular headphones and use the binaural option. So, but if you want to email me the option, like what exact model it is, I'd be happy to look it up. All right. We see Gerald Ely wishing everyone Happy New Year. Great to see you on. All right. Karen Thacker 2605 asks, hello, I'm using 13 Pro. It's giving me trouble each time when I'm moving my headset to other places. I have to make the adjustments again, planning to switch to 15. All right, so is it let me know like what kind of headset it is. Is it like a gaming headset? Is it headphones? Are the headphones plugged directly into the computer? Are they connected via USB? Are they connected to an audio interface? Usually you'll get kind of the most reliable and predictable results using an audio interface. If you connect your headset directly to an audio interface, that would give you kind of the most consistent results. Great. All right, we see further clarifications as I have to make changes in the settings again. Whenever I open Cubase 13 Pro for input and output devices, it was not happening in 12. So check to see if you can let us know if it's, using, so when you go to like your studio setup, if it's like a USB headset or if it's going to be, usually this will stay the same. Your audio settings and the audio devices will stay the same as long as the audio interface is connected. Like before you start up Cubase, if there's no audio interface, if the audio interface that was used previously is disconnected when Cubase starts, at that point you may have to redefine the settings. And sometimes it could be, depending on the device, if you let us know what exact model of headphones, if it's USB headphones, if it is Bluetooth, you might have to, and one thing to be aware of is sometimes if the project sample rate Bluetooth, I think only does 44.1. So if you're working at 48K, you may have to reset the sample rate, and so it may not show up if the sample rate is set to 48K. I believe it's Bluetooth is only 44.1, and I wouldn't recommend like Bluetooth headphones. I just get a long cable and run wired headphones that will, work much better for latency, and gives you a choice of sample rates, and as well as bit depths that you could use. So if you give us some more information, but if it's not connected, that could do it. Or if your Cubase is set to a different sample rate, then you may have to reset it every time. Tim Weinhammer just says yes. Cool Wavelab information. All right, so Mark Raymond just says the reason I asked for daily live streams because it seems like every day I get stuck on something, but honestly, I usually figure out for the next live stream. You could always send emails too. So just to clip Cubase at steinberg.de. So we see from Karen Thacker 2605, could you please suggest an alternate plugin for Vocal Writer? Like to me, when I don't have the license of Vocal Writer, because to me what it always seemed like was a compressor. So I think that you could, while you may not see the fader moving up and down, if we come over to dynamics, one of the things that you could do is check out the Ultra Shaper plugin. And this is a plugin where it could kind of keep, this could, if a standard compressor wasn't, cutting it for what you think Vocal Writer is providing, you could check this out. Check out the Ultra Shaper, because this could, keep like the same level, but, give you a compressed sound without adjusting the gain structure. But to me, it's always just all like seemed like a compressor plugin to me. So. So we see, let's do a full mix walkthrough on Cubase. If you want to do like if you want to send a project to me, maybe we could do a dedicated mixing in Cubase scenario. But it might be out of kind of scope and format for what we usually do here. But if you want to send me a project, I'd be happy to do videos on it if it's okay to do copyright-wise on YouTube. All right, great to see Sable Winters on. Hope you had a wonderful holiday season. All right. All right, so seeing from Garrett says, hopefully Greg can demo the audio settings and control room options when he reaches your question. Yeah, so let me know again, like, if you're changing audio interfaces or sample rates. All right, so we see Pastoral Apologetics, CCC, got his name back somewhat, so it's good to see you back. All right. See, Michael Teams is flying back from his holiday. We'll all miss our ice cream. All right, Rick France just says, hi Greg, is there a way to add or delete CC lanes in the key editor via hotkeys? I don't think so, but one of the things that you could do is when we're in the key editor, you could have different presets. So, if you wanted to, see all, let's say if you recorded a bunch of MIDI CCs, so let's say I'll just come here and I'll just move a bunch of knobs on my controller. Let me just make sure. Okay, let me just put this track into record here quickly. All right, so I'm just moving a bunch of MIDI CCs. So when you look at our data, one of the things that you can do if you click on the plus line, you can say show used controllers, and that will kind of show you all of your, and let me just take this full screen. And so we could say, okay, show used controllers. And if you use kind of multiple MIDI CCs, all of the lanes would automatically show up kind of whatever controller it is. We could, have a keyboard shortcut for that. We could also have presets. So we can say, okay, this is our July 1st, 2025. I think I did one for, so for different presets, and we could recall those particular presets, but there isn't a preset for add CC64. We could say, I've recorded CC64, there's CC64 data show all of the controllers, but not necessarily adding a specific control CC lane, from a keyboard shortcut that I know of. But you could have them preset and recall presets or show all available controllers. All right, Blig3M just asked, can I load my own one-shot into the drum plugin? Sure. So let's say, any audio file. So if we come over here to the drum machine, we'll add a drum track. All right, we'll come right over here. So any audio file that's on, so we could just come over here. So let's go to, all right, so I could just drag and drop from Media Bay right on. I think I could also, if it's in my project window, we could just drag and drop from the project window as well. So either way, so yeah, no problem from Media Bay or from project window or probably even Finder or Explorer. All right, so Soul Sound Official, just wishing everyone a Happy New Year. All right, USA Roman asks, please show me how to remove an instrument loaded as a rack. There's nothing in the manual, thanks. Okay, so let's come over here. Let's get to our VSTI. I'm going to add a rack instrument. Okay, we want All right, so let's add one more. Okay. So unlike instrument tracks, if I have my MIDI track here, let's say retrolog, I remove this track. So we come over here, so we remove the selected track. That retrolog still stays in our instrument rack. So to remove it, go to the instrument rack, like on the right-hand side, or if you hit F11, you could go to your studio menu, and we'll say, let's go to VST Instruments. All right, so all you have to do is just come right over here and say we want that retrolog to be removed. Click in the name of the slot and choose No VST Instrument. So again, just click right here, select No VST Instrument, and then it's removed from the rack. Okay. Okay. See, we're learning about owls that can hear better than us. Us humans don't have very good ears overall. All right, so I think let me jump to some of the questions that were mailed in. All right, so the first question we had mailed in was, how can I filter parameters from being automated? I was working on a mix and realized that as I was adjusting the EQs and soloing and muting, that all of that information was being written as automation, and I only wanted to adjust those, but only record automation of volume. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at this. Let's just add an audio track. Okay, so when I come over here, let's say if let's open up and I'm going to automate my parameters here. So let's go ahead and we're going to automate. So let's say I'm, on my controller, I'm playing and I'm adjusting my volume. Let me turn on some EQs. I'm going to adjust the frequencies. I'm kind of finding the EQs. I want to come over here to my channel strip. Let's go to my compressor. I want to adjust all of these parameters. Okay, I'm getting everything dialed in. Let's go back to the EQ page here. Okay, so like that. So let me boost that particular frequency. Let me adjust the Q. And I realize that I've now automated a lot of parameters unintentionally. So if we come over and we show my used automation, I thought I was just kind of looking for particular sounds. I've accidentally written automation for all of those events. So if we want to avoid that in the future, we could go to your project menu and go to the automation panel, or you could hit F+6. So we go to the automation panel, we come over here, and we'll see that we could suspend reading and writing of different data. So I could say I want to suspend writing of all of my everything but volume. So I'm going to come over here, let's undo that. And as we do this, now I could say, okay, now I could adjust my EQs. So I'm going to turn on my EQs. I want to adjust. I could come over here. So I'm adjusting the EQs now. I want to control my volume. I want to control my plugin parameters here. So I'm going to come over. Let's find the right threshold for our compressor. Okay, I want to adjust the gate. So I could dial in these particular parameters. But when I go to the automation, it's now only going to write volume automation and not all of the other tracks. So again, go to You could hit F6. You'll see kind of your automation settings over here as well, or go to your project menu to automation panel. And once the automation panel is open, you could choose to just suspend writing of different automation values right here. And if you had inadvertently written a bunch of different values in, you could also suspend reading of everything except for volume automation. So this way you could kind of sculpt the sound and not worry about globally writing automation for all the different types of data that you're adjusting kind of as you are tweaking a particular mix for you. All right, jump back to live questions. Okay, so USA Roman asks, is there a way to prevent Cubase from creating a Hallian instance when importing a MIDI file? Thanks again. Okay, so there's a preference for this. All right, so let me just turn this off and on. All right, so if we go to your preferences or settings, you'll see under MIDI to MIDI file, and it will say destination. So this is what's going to happen. It usually defaults to Hallian Sonic multi-timbral. So if you select this to MIDI tracks or instrument tracks, it won't automatically load up a Hallian Sonic multi-timbral for you. So the intention is a lot of MIDI files, like commercial MIDI files, are designed to actually work with like general MIDI. There's also GS, which is a Roland addendum, or XG, which is the Yamaha addendum, where basically all of the, when you load up a MIDI file that's designed for general MIDI, all of the sounds will load up so that a correct drum kit, bass sound doesn't turn into a trombone, electric bass, strings are strings. So it's kind of a known set of instruments, and Hallian Sonic has a general MIDI bank. It used to be, 25 years ago, people would judge, or maybe 30 years ago, people would judge all hardware like a quick, selling point for different, like tone modules was how good is a general MIDI bank, because people would use that as an interchange format. But so that's why it defaults to doing Hallian Sonic. But if you don't want to load up Hallian Sonic SE, or Hallian Sonic rather, you could just simply come right over here and adjust it to MIDI tracks or instrument tracks when importing MIDI files, and then Hallian Sonic won't load up. Okay. Soul Sound Official says, how to be able to print or see only the sidechain effect, compression, or reverb. You showed the trick before, but I forgot how to do it. So it's really kind of the same. It just, now when we do like a rendered file, it will automatically include the sidechain information. I think that came in maybe 12 or 13. Let me just show a quick. Okay, so let's say if we have a sidechain source like this, So let's say I want to sidechain that synth with the kick. So I'm going to come right over here. Let's go to like this compressor. So I'm going to open up the channel and let's come over, adjust. We'll open up the compressor here. So we're going to activate the sidechain. All right, and we'll say it's going to be going to this kick. So now, all right, so now if I want to render this particular file, I would just at this point, let's come over here and do a render in place. We'll go to our render settings. I'll just do include the channel settings. I'm not going to do dry transfer, and then we'll say render. And as we do this, we could see that the sidechain has automatically, the result of the sidechain has automatically been included in the rendered file. So if we were to compare the two files, this is the original one, which is muted. So I'll unmute it. We can see that that's very solid. But now when we play this back, so at that point, so it's just really just rendering in place and making sure that when you go to the render settings that you actually so when you go to the render settings that you have the channel settings. You want to make sure that you don't have dry, because that won't take into effect and add the particular plugins for you. So all right. All right, so we see Terry Gray says that MIDI files tip alone is worth my time here. I've been bitten by the Hallian loading when dragging MIDI files in more times than I can count. All right. All right, so we see Bratman Studios says heard there's direct controls for Cubase in the M7. True. I'm not sure what the M7 is. Is it maybe the DM7 from Yamaha, which is kind of a large-scale digital console? So if it's a DM7, there is a remote control layer that kind of functions as a Mackie control, but I don't think it goes beyond kind of what a Mackie control does. So, but let me know if it's an M7 of some type or the Yamaha DM7, which is a kind of a digital mixer, very popular now. All right, let me jump back to some more questions that were mailed in. All right, so next question. Hi, Greg. I've been fighting an issue with a Kai MPK Mini MK4. It's a newer and relatively simple MIDI trigger from Kai. I'm utilizing their script with that functionality. It allows a selection knob right under the LCD screen to scroll through tracks. Not bad. It then allows in banks of 4 tracks the knobs adjacent to the right of the selection knob to do control, volume, and pan. Also nice. However, to choose what bank of 4 tracks you are affecting, the controller has a different way to step through the track count. This is not visual at all, as the selected track doesn't move with this. So you blindly have to move in subsets of 4 and guess the twiddling knobs where you land. The functionality I would like is you roll the selection knob to the track you want. This is always becomes knob 1 for bank, and pan knob 2 is the +1 for the selection, knob 3 +2 for the selection, knob 4 is +3 from the selected track. I have come close to using ChatGPT to rewrite parts of the JavaScript, and that my bank of 4 will always stay around the selected track, but it can sometimes lag by 2 or 3. It's not consistent tracks. It always encompasses the selected track. ChatGPT actually got to the point where it said a Cubase limitation. I'll post that below. Anyways, if you have any ideas, that would be great. It seems like something so simple. You roll up to click the selected track you want. All the knobs are controlling specifically the selected track plus the next three, but it doesn't work that way. So let me just open up a quick project. So I don't have the Kai controller to work with, but it seems like I could do something similar with kind of the nano control, and it may kind of do banks of 8. So let's take a quick look at it, and we'll take a look at what the settings are. So when I come over here, I could see that I'm going to switch to my MIDI remote here, and on my nano control here. All right, and there's this one of the scripts that's included with the nano control is called Mixer. All right, so when I do this, all right, so when we look at my mixer here, I could see this white line indicating what tracks I'm controlling. Now, unlike a Mackie control, if I select, the Mackie control always wants you to drive the banks from, so if I hit the bank button here, and I'll just add a bunch more tracks here so we can navigate and see this. All right, so now when I come over here, we could just kind of navigate which tracks are controlled. But if I click on a track, that will automatically, within the bank of 4, that will automatically select like where that falls within the division of how many faders I have. So this way it's always selected. So if I click over here, so we have channels 1 through 8. If I click on channel 10, that would be like fader 2. So now when I move fader 2, that's automatically controlling it. So now we look at how the MIDI remote is set up. So we'll say, okay, let's go to like the fader. So what we do is kind of set this up to where we say, okay, let's go to the selected track. And when we look at what, let's say, fader 1 is going to do is we could say, okay, we want to come over to, right. All right, so we could define, and let me just see. So a lot of times when we come over, we could define, like when we go to like our send slots here, all right, now, so if you go to mapping, all right, so there you have a mapping page actions. Let me just, there is like a, so let's say if we come over here to like our inserts, there is under parameters, we could go to setup. And then here's where we could set like, so here we could set like the value count, and the parameter value count is going to be for how many faders you have. So if you have 4 faders, you want to set that to 4 faders. But once we kind of have that set, the number of faders, and we could say, as we go to add, let's say our volume, so I'll move fader 1, and we'll say that this is going to be volume channel 1, and we see mixer bank zone. So channel 1, so as soon as we kind of set the bank zone, so I think you want to set 4. So, you know, that knob that actually kind of rotates, that may not be transmitting the right MIDI information. So sometimes it may work internally, but when the knob to select, when we see this for knobs that people want to use for different parameters to go to increment or decrement, that it doesn't send two different MIDI messages. Some of the more advanced controllers, when you move it clockwise, will send one MIDI CC. You move it counterclockwise, it'll send a different MIDI CC. And that you could reroute, one single control that's transmitting multiple CCs. But a lot of knobs may not do that. So check out just to do like the selected tracks. And at that point, you could set up for 4 tracks, and this gets over one of the limitations of the Mackie control, where you always have to bank on the hardware unit itself, but not necessarily have the track selection go to where within the bank of what track is selected. So if I come over here, I select this track. Now, wherever that falls within the bank of 8, or in your case, the bank of 4, will automatically work for you. So give that a try. Great, let's go to our next question. All right, let me open up a different project for this. All right, it says, question, when I add a chord track and connect it to a VST synth, I notice that when I take my PC mouse and click on the notes, the squares on the chord pads, the chord sounds are way too low on the scale. They need to be bumped up to the next octave. Okay, so let's say we have our Rhodes patch here. All right, so let's look at our chord pads. Okay. Okay, so it says they need to be bumped up to the next octave. How do I fix this without going into the VST synth and changing the octave there? All right, so let's go to our settings. Let's see if it's going to be... All right, so we could capture the MIDI there. All right, so let's see if I'm trying to remember where this is at. So you could transpose up and down for the chords there, and if we come here, we could adjust the chord voicings. So I would adjust the chord voicings here where you see these little arrows. And then if you say, okay, we want this to be more of particular, like a guitar chord, when we come over here, we could choose our player. So we say, okay, let's do a guitar player. So when we come here, as we now go through our different chord voicings, so let's say we want to do an F7 chord. So you could, so try just doing the transpose up here. So, and you could just come over here to different chord voicing styles. And here we could also, when you see the voicing range, we can say the lowest note I want to be a C2. And now as we come over here, we could just say, so for each of those, when you come over, so check this out if you want to go to the chord voicing style and go to custom. And at that point, you could just not choose to add a root note. So now if we play the chords, you could have different options there. Okay, so question 2. On a subject, when I changed the root key in the chord pads areas such as C to D, can you give us an explanation of that checkbox, what it can do, any quick demo of useful things to know about the chord pads area? So let's say I want to come over here. I have a preset, so let's do, I want to do like a Phrygian mode. All right, so right now this is set to a Phrygian mode in C. But if I want it to, let's say I want to do in a key of D instead. All right, so I could have my Phrygian mode and I want to transpose it up a major second, let's say from C Phrygian to D Phrygian. So I don't have to change each of the chords, but we notice that as I change the root key, we see C, D flat, G diminished, A flat. And when I come here, it's now transposing all of those chords based on the root key. So I could have one chord progression, like the intervallic relation between the different chord pads, and I could transpose without having to create a whole new chord pad preset. So that's what the root key is going to allow us to do. So if I'm in C Phrygian, I could just say, oh, now I'm in F Phrygian, and all my chords will work in that without having to. It's basically, we can think of it as a transposition, keeping the same chord, like intervallic relations between the chords, the same chord relationships, but just changing kind of the root of what the chord progression is set to. All right. Question 3. Would you go over one more time the grids, such as the grid types such as bar, beat, quantize, adapt to zoom, and how you use them? Okay, so let's say we have an event here. All right, and I have this event. I want this event to snap. So let's say I want it to snap to bars. So now no matter how I move it, I can't place it anywhere other than a bar. Okay, so if I wanted to put this like on measure 11 beat 2, it's only going to go to measure 10, measure 11, or measure 12. That's what bar does. If you go to beat, now it could go to measure 11 beat 2, beat 3, beat 4, measure 12 beat 1, and now I can't get between the beats. But now the start of the event will snap directly to the beat. We could also use quantize. So now I could say I want this to snap to eighth notes. So as we do this, we can see that the position will snap to eighth notes, or if you want it to do something a little more interesting, we can say I want this to snap to quarter note triplets. So now we could snap to 3 rhythmic divisions over 2 beats. And when we have the adapt to zoom on, this just really makes a difference on how it snaps based on our zoom setting. So if I'm zoomed out here, now it's going to snap only to the bars. If I zoom in, now we could snap to eighth notes. So now it's an eighth note. And let's just come over here. So let's say, so we go to adapt to zoom. Now if I zoom in, so now we're just at quarter notes. I zoom in a little further, and now when I snap, it's going to be set to 16th notes. I zoom in further so we could get 32nd and 64th notes, just depending on how much we're zoomed in. So as we zoom back out, now it's only going to allow me probably to do eighth notes. Zoom a little more. It's only going to snap to beats, or it's only going to snap, let's say, to bars. Now there's half notes. Now it's only going to be to individual measures. So depending on your zoom factor is how much it's going to adjust as snapping, so you don't have to constantly adjust it. So probably if you're like zoomed in, you may want to have that snap be a little more precise. And if you're kind of at here, you probably like, okay, I just want that to fall on the beginning of the measure. So that way these values will constantly change based upon the level and the factor of the zoom. All right, just see another point. It says, P.S. I'm so happy that the metronome works amazingly well. As in the past, it was not always working for me by clicking on it to start one. So, yeah, one thing, if you don't hear your metronome, always check to make sure that if you go into the main area on a control room, you can make sure that the metronome is turned on there. Also, if we go to your metronome setup under transport, we could choose to have the click while recording but not while playing. And this could be, you could have the MIDI click or audio click, disabled there. So a couple tips on a metronome. All right, let's jump back to our live questions. Thanks for sending questions in advance. You could send them to clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, let me just mute my monitoring computer here. Bear with me. Okay, so we see the M7 that Rick was talking about was the ModiX M7 keyboard. So I haven't had a chance to check it out, so I'm hoping to kind of play around with it a bit at the NAMM show. So, but I'm sure that there's kind of slick operations with Cubase. And I know with the montage, you get the montage VST instrument as well. So I'm not sure if you get that with the ModiX M7 or not. All right, wonderful to see Pablo on from Galicia, España. Happy New Year. Glad you can make it today. So Rick, I would say if you're going to the NAMM show, it's like, just 2 weeks and 2 days away. Check out the different keyboards. I would always recommend people not buy stuff right before the NAMM show because it's when, you don't want it to be, I know the ModiX M7 is new, but, there's always new stuff being announced at the NAMM show. Okay. As we see from Miller Brown, says, Greg, is that a bunch of Stream Deck remotes on your screen? Can you give a tour on how to implement? Thanks. So I don't have it. My son has it upstairs in his room, so I don't have it on my system. But basically what you could do is there's a MIDI plugin, and you could get like a MIDI loopback device using IAC on Mac, or I think loopback on Windows, and that would allow you to basically assign the keys to different functions. So I set mine up for like a MIDI remote. I could try to have it to show it for Friday, but I don't have one. I don't have my Stream Deck, was kind of borrowed by my son. So. All right, Soul Sound Official says, can you demonstrate the full Hallian 7 with new articulation combination if working with orchestral or symphonic VSTs, if there's some workflow between the two? If there's a quad zone functionality to let you manipulate layers in a patch, thanks. So let's say if we just, like we could spend about, 10 hours or 10 days going through all the features of Halion. But let's take a quick look at like some of the articulations with the articulation management in. So let's come over here. We'll just do a single instrument. Let's load up. Quick Iconica sketch. All right, so let's go to like clarinet. Okay. All right, so now that I am here, so we could see like our available articulations here, and some instruments will have, more articulations, but we'll have some here. I'm going to go to my Halion track, and when we just going to double click, we'll go to our expression map. Since it's a Halion based instrument, we could just click on the plus and import the key switches. And now that we've done that, we could come directly over here and we'll go to our expression map setup. And this is radically improved in version 15. So we could have different groups, we could have different attack compensation so that we could, have different delays for different articulations. And then as we come right over here, we could just say, okay, I want to see for this particular instrument, we could just say, okay, we want to see our articulations, and we could now look at our different sound slots. So these are all in group 1. So as we have notes in, we could just say, okay, I want these to be marcato. I want to switch the articulation here. And then we could just have our articulation management handled directly there. But with Halion, the articulations, you don't have to build articulation maps. They're just automatically extracted for you. All right, so we see from Soren says, Greg, question, can I nerd out a bit? I'm thinking of LUFS and TP of a song. If LUFS is -14 and true peak TP is -0.8 and is taken to mastering and pushed to LUFS to -9 and TP to -1, is that okay? Is it better to mastering something that's LUFS -23 and true peak is at -6? Is that pushed to -9 and true peak at -1? So it could, I would say, it could really, if you're working with a mastering engineer, the best thing I would always recommend is say, what can I do to make your job easier? What can I do to make your job easier at making my stuff sound good? Do you want me to push the dynamics, or is that something you want control of? And they'll often tell you, it's like, okay, I could do this, and one analogy I heard once that has always stuck with me, it's like it's hard to unburn the steak once it's been burned. So, I think in any kind of musical collaborative position, whether you're playing in a band, whether you're just writing with someone, if you kind of just communicate and, just like people will always, I think if you're hiring a mastering engineer, they want to do a good job. And ask them, one mastering engineer may go, okay, you have this plugin, that sounds great. There's nothing I could do that's really going to bump that up the way, that's going to help the song. And sometimes they may go, okay, with the plugins you have, I have very specialized tools and hardware to do that. And I prefer that, and I think we'll get a better result. So, really, and if you're doing it by yourself, push it as much as you want, and realize that, think of the streamings, the end service that's going to be playing the song or where people are listening to the song. So, like if you want it to be on Spotify, that might be -14 LUFS, might be the best place for it. If it's going to be on YouTube, it could be a different value. I remember talking to this guy, a guy named Skinny who works with Zed. It's kind of Zed's, like one of his, on his team Zed, I think they call themselves. And, you know, he figured out exactly what the LUFS values were for YouTube, like the best values he's found for YouTube, for Spotify, for Amazon, for Apple, and they're all like slightly different. So one may be minus 13.72, one may be 13.79, but he's researched this, and mastering engineers will often know those things. But if you're mastering it yourself, you know, try to, you know, if it's going to be a streaming delivery, you know, aim for minus 14 LUFS. It would be kind of my rule of thumb, and you'll be in good shape there. All right, great to see Michael Pearson is the button man. Says that he did his back in on Christmas Eve. Has been in bed since. So just popping in to say hi. Well, it's physical therapy on Thursday. We hope your back recovers well. That's no fun. I've been fortunate I haven't had any back issues, but my brother has had back surgery, as has my wife. So we hope you recover quickly. All right. All right, so we see Beverly Beatties just says thank you. I think she had mailed in those questions on the chord pads. Glad to hope it was helpful. All right, we see Graham Witcher on, checking in from Oxford, wishing Michael Pierce a good, speedy recovery. We see Jazz Dude just asking, I hope some non-Modi X users can buy the plug-in version. Maybe Greg knows. So I think they're very restrictive on that. So they're not wanting, they're envisioning the plug-in being an accompaniment to the keyboard. Like, okay, I'm in my hotel room, I have my laptop, I want to have the same sounds, I want to treat it like an editor, and then load all those sounds directly back into the, you know, Montage or Modi X. So I don't think that the model that they're thinking of is selling the plugin separately. I think it's only going to be like a benefit for existing hardware users. So that's their thoughts on that. All right, so we see from USA Roman says, when VSTs are shown missing in Cubase, is there a way to know the path to the missing VSTs are pointing to? If I knew the path, I could just drop the VSTs to that location. Much appreciated. So all VST3 plugins are going to be a fixed path. And I think if you want to actually just kind of see the path, if you go to your VST plugin manager, so let's come over here and say we want show all plugins. So let's say I have this. So if you go like, so if you just click on it in the VST, like in the VST plugin manager, click on the plugin name, then you could see the path of the plugin. And so all VST3 plugins are going to be stored in one place. VST2 plugins, if you're running that like on your Windows machine, if you enable the VST2 plugins, you can see your paths. VST2 plugins can be installed anywhere. Then you could direct Cubase to look into these particular folders for VST2 plugins. So at that point, you could do it, but you know, so but generally, I think most of us are in VST3 because it is 2026 and it's been 18 years now of VST3, but you could just kind of click on the plugin here or in any VST3 plugin, and it'll show you the path right there. Jazz Dude is kind enough to share a link to a MIDI loopback utility. See, Pablo just saying tricky Ryan. So. See, Miller Brown says your son borrowed the Stream Deck. He says I have a friend who builds really nice guitars and amps, and somehow his son acquires the best of them. So that's probably why he does. We all do things for our kids. So. Let's see, Michael Pierce has a great suggestion. Says, I always provide mastering of 2 versions for each track, one with and one without compression. This is for Katie Tavini and her crew. Always works. That's a good suggestion. I remember my friend Joe Paul Maceo was telling me he was doing mastering for, I helped him do transfers for like the Steely Dan catalog at Sony Studios in New York about 20 years ago, and he was telling me he was doing like a Michael or Donald Fagen project, and Donald Fagen was like literally like vocal up 0.1 dB as a master, vocal down 0.1 dB, down 0.15 dB, up 0.15 dB, so that way you never had to make a decision. All right. All right, Soul Sound Official says, last question on a mono source like vocal. If I turn it into a stereo always and get summed, is it better to record it in stereo or get the mono and widen in the mix? So generally, if it's going to be, most times people are going to use a single microphone on vocals. So I would always record a vocal as mono. Now, where it makes a difference is, let's say, if all right, so let's say if we want to take, let's take this vocal here. All right, so a lot of times we'll use. So baby, hold me and chase away my fears. Together we can make this last forever. All right, so let's say if we want to just. Okay, just adjust this. So when I would all right, so a lot of times if you're using your effects as inserts is when changing it to stereo can make a difference. All right, so let's say I would come here. Hand in hand, walking tall. All right, so I'm going to just go to my inserts and let me put a reverb. You were easy to love, easy to keep all those promises we made. All right, no, so now we are on. There was no way we could know. All right, so we have a mono channel. And this mono channel, we put an insert, so this insert's going to be working as mono. All right, now we don't really run into this with sends, but if I come over here and I make this a stereo channel, we can now hear that the reverb is in stereo and the processing is in stereo, even though the source is in mono. So we have a mono source on a stereo track. So now the reverb is in stereo versus the reverb being in mono.
Can we really stay in love forever?
So that's when it can make a difference. Now, if you're using stereo sends, it's really not that, it's not going to be a big difference. But if you want it to have an insert that's on a mono source, then you can make the channel stereo, and then the reverb and the plugins will be processed in stereo. It's also helpful for like guitar parts as well. But generally, I would always record, unless you have two microphones, I would always record the reverb or the source vocal as mono. Okay, reading through questions. Sable got some new Atom audio monitors. Okay. Graham Witcher's wishing Sable a Happy New Year. All right, DJ Eric Fox. Is there a way to make a macro to be able to convert audio stem with kick, snare, etc. to MIDI with just 1 or 2 clicks? Regards. So you might be able to make it into a macro, but I would say that you're always going to be adjusting kind of the threshold, So if you wanted to do it pretty quick, let's take a look at how long it actually takes. So because I think that especially if it's live drums, that you're going to be, that's probably going to need, just a little bit of, tweaking on thresholds. So let me just. All right, I'll just revert this. All right, we'll try to do this real quick because we're almost out of time. All right, so let's say I have just a quick drum set here in Groove Agent. So let's say I want to do my kick and snare. I'm going to leave this selected. So when I go to my kick, I need to come over here. So I don't think we could really do it in a macro because we need to turn on edit hit points. And then we need to create our MIDI notes. Do we want to retain the dynamic velocity? So let's make it C1. And we'll do it to our first selected track. And I'll do it to my snare. And we may, again, have to kind of adjust the threshold. So we can't really adjust the threshold settings in a macro, but let's make it MIDI notes. And then we want to be able to assign it to different MIDI notes. I don't think we'd be able to do that in a macro. But now if I come over here, we've already done, by the time you get to the first chorus, we already have the kick and snare completed. So it's pretty fast to do as is, but I don't think that like choosing the different MIDI notes that would be able to be done in a macro. All right, so with that, I think we're just about out of time. I want to thank everyone for all the great questions. And again, I want to wish everyone a Happy New Year. Looking forward to a lot of wonderful live streams this year. And we'll be back on Thursday. Everyone stay safe and healthy. Michael Pierce, get your back better so we could see you on the next Zoom meetup. And we'll see everyone next Friday or this Friday. Take care. Goodbye.